Okay, perfect. Okay, so before even we understand more, hold on, I'll stop sharing once and reshare it. I want to share it on a different screen. The screen is too tiny. Share screen, screen 2, share. Okay. And then this goes here. Perfect. Can you all see the screen?
Yes,
You're seeing Eclipse or you're seeing the
the login screen.
page? Okay, perfect. Okay. So I think in my previous class, I did talk about it's recording, right? Yeah. I did talk about DOM, which is like what is DOM? Data object model? No. Document DOM. Document object model, yes. So we did talk about document object model, and I told you that whatever we see on the screen is all HTML, CSS, JavaScript, everything together. But the HTML code will be, it will show you the HTML code when you click on any web element. So all these are like web elements, okay? Whatever you see in this page are all like divided into small web elements. And if I want to do, or if I want to know the property of web element, I have to go click on do a right click on the web element and do an inspect. So when I do an inspect, it will show me it will show me a console or like elements part where I'll see all the HTML code which is responsible or like which shows this page which we see here. So it's like HTML plus CSS code. So um, and what are these? So you can see that HTML has like head, body, and head. So HTML has like head and body, and in body you will find most of the elements which is present in this page. So and you can see that all these elements are like or all this or the scripting language is like uh, based on tags. So you see this is like div tag, and this encloses a very big screen. So like I'll just go and choose a small thing. So like this div tag. So when you see this line which is highlighted here, if I click on this line, so this is like the parent node for this entire highlighting. So in my main screen, I will see the highlighted part. So for this div uh, part, this here, like this section is highlighted. So whatever is present here in this section of the web page, this div and all the things inside this div is responsible for it. So you can see that it has just an image. So you have an image tag, and that's it. It has nothing else. And then it will have uh, some uh, CSS thing. So let me show you the CSS thing. What I mean by CSS is like, so your HTML will be here. If you want to find your styling element of the class, you can choose this style in the opposite, and then it will tell you, uh, and when you copy the class name here, it will tell you what styling element it is highlighting, or like, or what styling thing is added into um, this class. So I took the class name, pasted it here, and this will kind of give me an overview of what what styling element I'm adding to this class. So here I can see that width is 80%, max width is 520 pixels. Uh, so this is one of the what we say, one of the property of this class. So wherever I'll use this class, it will automatically add these properties like width and max. So this is not required for you for testing purpose. This is just as a general knowledge on how a web page is designed, or like what is what. So a web or like a UI developer would know everything about this div classes, or sorry, this div blocks, input image, all these blocks. So they would know all this. So they would have written this code, as in like they have created this uh, divs and all this part. whatever you're seeing here. So some developer of UI has designed this. While designing it, or like while coding this part, they also coded something called styling element, and the style is here. I mean, like it's already inside, but you will see it here. They'll have like .css file also attached with your HTML file, and hence both together will make your website. So you can see all this. So whatever you want to find about this web page, you can find it in this developer tools. And I told you like there's easy way to just directly click on inspect. If you don't want to click on inspect, you can get to this page from more tools and developer tools. Both will open the same thing. More tools, developer tools. And then when you select an element, it will highlight which elements we are going to look into. Okay. So I think this part was clear. Now coming back to, hold on. Okay, so now coming back to the tags. So I wanted to explain what are these. So there are like various types of tags. Okay, so right now this is like input field. So this input field is of type input. So that means like this is a field and it is going to accept some input, and then they have some attributes. So this is the tag or the type of tag, I would say. So this is like div tag, right? This is the input tag, and then you will see more different types of tags. So there's like div. This is form tag. This is heading tag. So there are like different types of tags. So all these, the first uh, the first element or like the first thing is the type of the the tag which we are going to refer to. So here it says its type of input. The second is all the attributes and its value. So the next things which we will see are like attributes and its value. So the first attribute of this tag is class, and it has a value of this. The second attribute is name, and it has value of this. The third attribute is placeholder and has value of username. Similarly, uh, if we go to some other, so yeah, then so this is one type of tag, input tag, and has these attributes. It can have like different types of attributes. All inputs can have like different types of attribute. It can have class, name, placeholder, some things called disabled, enabled, things like that. So they can have multiple attributes also. um, and why do we need this? It will help us in identifying this web element uh, through Selenium. We will see that in some time. But so this is one type of web element which is called input, and these are like attributes and its value. So similarly, there's some second called button type, and this one has like attributes of type, submit, class is this one, and if I click this, and then you will see that see the tag starts from here, which is like less than symbol and button, and this tag is closing here. When you see a button is, so this tag is open here and this tag is closed here, and in between these two tags, so whatever you write here, so like this login, so this is the what we say, this is what the text it will display. So this is called the text part. So text as in like, for this case, so imagine this is the login button, right? So this is the button. If I do an inspect of this login, it takes me to this button, and here this button has all this attributes, or like this, these things will make this button look like this orange color thing, and it will give the shape, plus it will make it as a button. So imagine like when you keep your cursor here, your cursor automatically converts it into eye shape. But if you move to the login, you see it becomes like the cursor changes from eye or like pointer into a hand symbol where it can click. So the operation it can perform is click. But when you do the I think, like it means that you can enter something, so you can input something. And when you go to the other part, it will be like your mouse pointer. So that means like you can point to something. So these are like the different the different types of elements we have in our web browser. So for text box, it will like you can click and start entering, but for buttons, you can just click, right? So these are like different things, and you should know all this because you're while coding, you have to make sure that if it is a text field, you're sending keys, right? And if it's a button, if you're sending keys into a button, you can't write it. Like try to send a value of like admin to this place. You can't send it because it's of button type. It's not of input type, right? So hence that is important. So you have like this uh, button tag with all these attributes, and between these button tags, so like notepad. So between this button, so every tag here in HTML, so you button. So you have the tag will open as like this. The first section is to mention this section is to mention that you're trying to add a tag, and this means you're closing the tag. This is like syntax, and whatever you enter in between. So all these are the text which you want it to be displayed in your screen, right? So whatever you write here will be displayed in your screen. You know what? Like we can quickly. Uh, no, but I don't think so. It will just the but this will do the work. If I save as desktop, I think I need head and body and everything, but let's see if it works. Yeah, it does work. So imagine, so I've created a very tiny, what we say, website, not website, the HTML page, and it's here open with, I want to open with Notepad. So I'm creating a very small, uh, what we say, just a login button in a web page. So if I save this file, if I save as HTML, so button.html, then it will, so button.html, that means it will save this file as an HTML file. Since I've saved it already, it's showing it as this. And in my screen, I can see in my screen, I can see it like this. So this is the button HTML which got created. If I double click, I'll see there is something called login, and this is a button, as you can see. So the button is created with whatever I have written here. So I've written the text as login, and login is the text present on the button. So similarly, what we have done here, the same thing they are doing. They have like button, but they have some attributes to it. So my login looks very different than their login, right? So all this orange color plus this symbol and everything was mentioned in these classes or these styles. See, if you have this, it will show you what it is doing. So this class is responsible for uh, adding all these features into this button, plus this class, plus this class. There's so many classes which is responsible together for making this button look like what it is looking like. And this login, the button start and button end. So this between the tag, whatever you enter. So this is like the text area which you want to be displayed in your web page. So right now it's displaying the login. Okay, I hope this is clear. And if there's any question, you can go ahead and ask me right now because this topic is very important, and we will be using or like we would need these we would need this concept of different types of tags, HTML tags, and how to identify uh, some attributes in these tags. Plus, I want you to understand like these are attributes, these are values, this is type of tag, and this is the text which it will display. So this is always the text. So in your brain, like whenever I ask you what is the text for this button, then you have to just look for this less than symbol and then greater than symbol and then but for of the button tag and then the closing of the button tag, and whatever is written in between them is your text symbol. So right now login is the text symbol for me. Okay, perfect. So now let's move on and go to the very first thing and very secured uh, way of finding an element, which is by ID. So to find an element by ID, this page is visible, right, to everyone? Yes, no, maybe.
Yes, yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so now let's see how to find an element by ID. Okay. Uh, to to do that, we will be using a web page called demo, not demo. Which is the website? Let me see. Okay, Demo Guru 99.register. Okay, I'll use this web page. So this is the web page which I'll be using, and I've already found that there's one element which is being identified with the help of ID. So and it's the username. So I'll do an inspect on it. So you see, this field is of type input and has some parameters. I mean, some attributes, no parameters, sorry about that. So this is input and has attribute of name, ID, size, max length, right? I'm not caring about any other attributes. At this point, I'm just caring about the email ID. So, sorry, ID attribute. Okay. And locator ID is the most stable one. So in this web page, in this page, if they write ID, that means this ID will be unique to this element. There will not be any other element with the same ID. So there won't be any other element with ID equals to email. It will just be one. Okay. So now we'll try to find out how to select this element, right? Uh, so to select the element, the very first thing which we have to do is we have to open the Chrome driver. The second is go to the URL. Third is wait for some time. And the fourth part is to find the element. So I'll do driver find element by, I'm going to find this element in this page by ID. So since I'm mentioning the ID, I have to mention what is my ID name. So I'll go to my page, web page, and I'll see, sorry, not here. No, I think here. So if I'll go to my web page, I'll choose or inspect the element. It is of input type, but the ID is here, email. So I'll copy this email and paste it here in my this, and then I can send some keys to it. So send keys is, we all know that send keys will send whatever I want to write here. So let me write Shrikant for now and then send it. So this will just send, it will first identify the element by using ID attribute, and then it will send uh, Shrikant as an input to this field. Okay. So I'll just execute this and I'll see if it works. What happened? Okay, it's opening. It went to this website and then it wrote, it found this element by ID and it populated the field with my name of what I'm passing it through here, right? So this is finding an element with the help of ID. This is the, so very first thing in a web page you have to do is try to find, or like if you're trying to pass some values to any field, you have to first inspect, and while trying to find your element, you have to make sure that the element has, you have to first see if the element has any ID to it, because IDs are unique in your web page mostly. So if someone has used an ID as an attribute, that means like you're very safe to use that, and it's very easy and the fastest way to identify a web element. But it nowadays, these developers, they are not using IDs that often. So if you have your if your web page has an ID, consider yourself very lucky. But if it does not have, there are multiple different ways in which you can find or identify this web element. But ID is the most or like highly or like highly used one. So if you see an ID, close your eyes, use the ID. So that is one part. So this is one way to identify uh, or like a web element using an ID. Okay. I hope there's no other questions on this. I'll be sharing this code. I want everyone to run this code, and this is to find an element with the help of an ID. So everyone copy this and run it in your system. It should be easy. And then we'll move to the next locator. Let me know once done by anyone. And I want you, I want you to practice for this email thing. I want you to inspect this element and try to send one email to this element. Okay. I give you 2 minutes to do this, or maybe 3 minutes. It's very simple code. You just have to go into this website, inspect this element, find the ID of this element, and pass the value and run the code. ID, I want to see you do this and then share your screen and show us once done. Is it done? I don't hear anything. Hello. Salim, Adi, anyone?
I'm running it now.
Okay,
Just saying if it works. Yeah, it's done.
it's done. Okay. Very saddy.
I'm here. I'm here. I'm trying to my my IG is it's kind of just it's freezing. I don't know what's going on. So I'm
Okay.
trying to restart
I
it.
want
I'm
to,
here.
I want to see your screen and I want to see what you're doing, and I want to help you there. So please do share your screen and let me know how you're inspecting an element and how you're finding it. Or see this one, the way I do it, and maybe in the next one you can do it for yourself. So I'm trying to find this element. I'll go and click on inspect. Uh, Here you can see that in input, I have ID as username. So I'll just copy this username. Oh, sorry, I'll just copy this value of ID and uh, go to my Eclipse, and in ID, I will say username and I'll run the code. When I run the code, my browser opens up. And you can see this email. It has copied the value what I've sent. I hope this is fine. We'll move to the next element now, which is locator by name. So here the syntax would be find element and then by dot name. Okay. So we are still using the same website, which is here. Without double quotes. And then we, since we are doing it with the help of name, we can see most of the field they have the name. So I have this name as like the first name here, and here the name is last name. So I'll just fill in first name and last name. How am I doing it? Oh, I'm just using different things here. Okay. In my existing code, I'm trying to fill in this password here. It has the name attribute and value of password. And same thing with confirm password. I have name as an attribute and confirm password as a password. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to enter username, then I'm trying to enter password twice. So username, we have already seen that this is for ID. This has ID, so I'll always choose ID for this one. I can choose anything, but I'll choose ID because that's the safest way to inspect an element or like identify an element. And the second one is password. Password does not have ID. So next thing I can see here is it has type, size, max length, and name. So it does not have, yeah, it has type, it has size, and it has name, and it has max length. So I'll choose name. So for choosing name, what you have to do is you have to go to your IntelliJ. You have to do driver dot find element, and then you have to do by dot name. This is very important. The name field is very important. So you're trying to locate the element with the help of the name attribute, and then the name is password. And since this is an input field, as in like you can send values to it, so you will send keys and you can send whatever you feel like 3. That's it. So this is how you identify an element or web element with the help of name attribute. Okay, so when I run the code, I can see my browser is triggered. If I go down, then I'll see my username is entered and my password Sri is entered here. Okay, so this is an easy way to find an element or locate an element with the help of name. So by name. So we have covered by ID and by name as well. I'll pass this code to you where you can try it yourself as well. And we'll move to the next one. Please let me know if there is any doubt, or else I'll try to, speed it up a little because we have very less time to finish all this. Uh, but yeah, if I'm going too fast, please stop me and I'll explain if you have any doubts. So we have already seen ID. Now this next is by name. So by name locator, the code is this one. You can practice it. The third thing we will see is locating by linked text. Okay. This is very highly used and they ask in many interview questions. So please be very attentive here for linked test. I'm just creating a new class and okay. So now I'll again go to the same website which we're. So are we done with the previous one by name locator? Is everyone clear with that concept? Yes. No?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Now we'll go and see link. So in website you will see that there are lots and lots of link all the time. And if you want to, so these are like the input fields, right? You know that these are input fields, these are like drop down fields. We will come to drop down fields again later. But these are input fields, these are buttons. Now you see something called sign on with the line underneath. So when you click on this thing, when you click on these things, it will take you to the new screen. So what you see, uh, when I clicked on sign on, it took me to the new screen. So these are called links. Links as in like when I do an inspect on this thing, you see here, it's going, it has a link of different part of this web page. So imagine if I click on support. So support is going to take us to support.php. So this is one link. So this is like the website where it will take me to. If I click on car rental, this is one link. So if I inspect this, so href, it takes me to this one. Why does it take me to this one? Hold on. Cruises. Okay. So if I click on cruises, this is the link for the cruises, right? So all these are called like links, and we have to make sure that we identify the correct link and then we click on it. So if I want to register, I have to go to this register link, right? So what I have to do is first locate the register link, and then click on it, right? That's the way to do it. All these links are present in a tag called A. So it's called anchor tag. Okay. So if someone asks you like what is the tag which has the links present, so you can say that the tag is called anchor tag and it's A. So all your links will be present in this A tag. Okay, it will have href, so the reference, and then it will have the link location. So see, if I hover over this index.php, it will tell me where it's going to take me. So it is going to take me to https demoguru99.com/test/new tools and index.php. Right. So this has the reference to take me somewhere. So whenever I click on cruises, it is going to take me to the link which is present here. So like, see, if I click on this cruises, it took me to test new tours index.php. So this is like what the link is. And now to identify these links, there's a what is it? There's a method of or there's a locator. It's called link text. Okay, so what this link text does is it will go and try to find the text. So when I say you, I mean, I did explain you that, for every tag, there is an opening element. So for anchor tag, it's A, and then this tag will close somewhere. And in between these two tags, there will be text present inside. So see, here you see cruises written, right? And this cruises is present here in the tag. So you can see A, the tag starts here, and the less than symbol starts here and the greater than symbol is here. So that means this is everything about the A and all its attributes are here. Then there's a text message of what it should display to us, and then closing the anchor tag. So this is something how we read this, right? Now, the thing is how to identify this element. So first we need to identify the element, and to identify this element, we will be using uh, by, sorry, first I'll tell my driver, okay, find the element, element, find the element, and then I'm saying by, and then it's called link, sorry, L is small, link text, okay. So if I click on link text, it's asking me to tell me the text, what it has to look for, right? So in double quotes, I will say, um, maybe I'm on home page, maybe I'm on home page, and I want to click on register. Okay. So what I will do is I'll quickly inspect this. And while I inspected it, I'll see that there's something called a tag starts here, ends here. The text is present here. So register. So I'll copy this and I'll say register. So and this is a web element, right? So I want to store it into a web element. I can store it into a web element or I can perform operations right away. But since we are learning, let's store it first. So I'll say register link web element. I'll say WES web element. Okay. I have to import this. Once I import, it should start working. And then what I want to do. So I found out my element or like my link. After finding my link, I need to go to this link, right? So what I want to go to a link, we know we need to click on it, right? Only if we click on this link, it will go to the link. So this operation called link. So we found this web element, and then after finding the web element, we'll say, okay, we found the web element. Now go and click on the web element. So this is what it means. So finding the element with the help of link text, make sure that the link text completely matches with the link text present here. So if there is any letter missing, it won't work. So let's see this. Okay, so we'll go to a website and then we will click on register. So I'll run this code. and we'll see this together. So this is the browser. Has opened your browser, and then it has clicked on the register. So you see the register page has opened. So this is for link text. Now imagine instead of register, I would have made a spelling mistake here, or maybe didn't copy everything correctly. So let me just remove the R and let's see if it works. I've executed the code. Code is running here. Okay. So you see, it didn't find it. It couldn't find something called register with R missing. So you will see that it says unable to locate the element. That means that with link text, you have to make sure the entire link matches. If it completely matches, it will go find the link, it will click on the link. But if it does not find, if your text is not complete or like it's incomplete, it will say that it didn't find the element. So this is all about finding an element with the help of linked text. Now I think everyone knows what is anchor tag. Everyone should know what link text means or and what link means and how to find that element and how to click on that element. Please do let me know if there's any question for this one. Any questions? Yes, no, maybe. Come on, boys. I need this as an answer. So you have to tell me something, or else I will not know if you guys are following or not. No questions.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. Uh, please do copy the code, execute it. And the more and more you practice, you will get fluency on different types of locators. And at one point, uh, it will be like so easy. So every time you inspect, you will know which element or like what locator to use or how to find an element in an easy way. So just run this code and then we will move to the next topic or like subtopic of this. So we have for links, we have covered the link text. Now there's something called partial link text. We will see that. Did you execute? Did anyone execute?
Yes.
Okay. Then I'll move to the next one now, which is sometimes these words in the link are not small. So here it says register, sign on, but sometimes it will be like very big. So like see featured, vacation, destination. So you might have to copy this entire thing, right? But what if you don't want to? Here, see the link is like business travel and all about travel. So where did this go? Inspect. So the text is so long, and there are high chances that you might miss something, or like you don't want to copy all this. So there's one more easy way of finding an element, or like link or like a link element, which is with the help of partial text, partial link text, which means that even for register, if you just type GIST, so wherever there's a match, it is going to choose that one, right? And then if there are multiple matches, it will choose the first one. Okay. So now let's see how that works. For easy purpose, I'll just use the same thing. Okay. And then here, instead of partial link text, I'll choose dot p. See, as soon as I write p, it will tell me partial link text. I'm going to select the partial link text, and instead of register, I'll just type EGIST. Okay. Remember earlier this didn't work, even when we removed just a single letter. But now I'm removing a whole bunch of letters from front, from back, and let's see if it works. I'll execute my code, and this is like the partial text. So this is my browser, and it did work. So see, it did go to the register link successfully. So we know if we want to navigate to some links, if we don't want to write the complete information, we can just enter the partial text, which is going to match. But in any case, in like complete match or partial match, if your page has multiple links, then it is going to choose the first one. So imagine the register thing, right? Like if I go to my home screen, I'll see that there are a couple of, so here also it says REGISTER here, register. So if I type GIST, it has like, it can choose either this one or this one, or do we have any register anywhere else? No. So it will find two links and then it will be just selecting this one. So if there are multiple links, it will select the one, the very first uh, element which it encounters. Yeah, so that's the main thing I wanted to explain here. So this is the second part of the code. I'll send this also. Let me just keep this. I hope there's no question for this partial link text, but if you have, please let me know right now so that I can explain. Consider it as no questions. Okay. Now we'll move to the next locator, which is called CSS selector. This is very important type of a selector because you will be definitely using this a lot, because not all the elements will have ID, or class names will be like so long that you can't use it. Hence, you have to use something called CSS selectors, and we'll see what are different ways to use CSS selector. Okay. So we'll again start with ID as the CSS selector, but now we will be finding an element with the help of CSS selector. I'll delete those few things. Driver.get instead of index, let me put register. Okay. Again, since I'm going to find this element, since I'm going to find this element with the help of ID and CSS selector, we'll see how to do that. So we are going to tell our driver to find element, and then I'll say by dot CSS selector this time. So what I said earlier is like your CSS selector means whatever values you write in between this less than symbol and greater than symbol. So all these are like your CSS element, right? So all these will be your CSS elements. So now how do we find something with the help of these CSS elements? So that's the way. So now we are trying to find it with the help of tag and ID. So we are doing a combination of tag and IDs, right? So let's see. And if we are trying to find an ID, we have to make sure that we represent it with the help of pound symbol. So now we'll see how. So first is tag. I mentioned tag and ID together. Two things are required. So if I see the tag is of type input and ID is email, right? So tag is input, ID is email. So then this is ID. So the formula here would be that it is my input tag and ID is represented with the symbol hash or like pound, and then what is my ID? So this is my ID value. So ID value is email. So I'm writing here email. Okay. So once I found the element, I will send keys and send Shrikant. Okay. So this is one way where I'm trying to find an ID element of input type and value email and pass Shrikant to it. So I'll save it, I'll run it. So this is one type of CSS selector. So you're trying to say that, okay, I'm trying to find a web element using ID parameter and CSS selector. So you see, it opened my page, it found this element of username of with ID as email and pass the value of Shrikant to this. Okay. So this is one way of using CSS selector. There are three more ways to use CSS selector and we'll see them one by one. So we have done with email. Make sure that, we are done with ID. Make sure that ID is represented with the symbol of pound. This is very important. If you make it as, now we'll see the class. So let's see the second option. The second option says tag and class. For tag and class, we will be using different URL. But before I move to the URL, I'll give you this part of the code. think there's a problem. So this is CSS selector with tag and ID. And now we are moving to the next one, which is CSS selector with tag and class. Actually, no, I don't close this. All these, and right now we are using this. We are using our open source demo Orange HRM Live portal to look into the class thing. Close these tabs. I'll keep this open. Close this one. Close this one. This is the same link. We are going to inspect the login because login has class. And I want to use the class function. So what I'm going to do is I'm creating a web element of login button name. And I'll tell my driver to find the element by CSS selector because that's the selector which we are learning right now. And here I'm looking for tag name and class together. So I need tag name and class name together. So I'll go to my website, which I'm automating. I'm trying to automate this login button. So I'll inspect and I'll see this class present here. So this is the class and tag type is button. So the very first thing I need is tag type. So I know this is of type button. So I'll write button button. And since I'm using class name, so class name is represented by a symbol called dot, full stop, right? ID used to be or like ID is represented with the help of a symbol called pound, like what we saw earlier. As you can see here, ID is represented by pound. So similarly, class is represented with the symbol dot. This is mostly used in CSS field where you represent class with dot, and hence we are carrying forward that work or that feature from CSS to here. So you're trying to find the element with the help of CSS selector, and the tag and class combination is here. So you have button, and this dot represents class and the class name. Okay, and after that, once you find the element, you're going to click on the element. So this is the click. Click. It's easy. Now I'll run this code. It's here. You will enter the username, password, and then it will click on the login. And it did click on login. It's successful. So you see, this is one more way to select the login button. and we are using tag and class. And class is represented with dot. So all these things are very important. So this is one way to identify uh, identify a button with CSS selector and tag and class. Now we'll move ahead with the next part, which is, so we have covered tag and ID. We have covered tag and class. Next is tag and an attribute. And then we'll have tag class and attribute and tag ID and attribute. So two more things left. So now let's see how to tackle that. Class and selecting multiple elements. Driver choose the first one. I hope everyone are uh, running the codes which I'm sending or sharing it through our chat here.
Yeah, Sherry, I did the last one, but I'm getting some errors.
Oh, okay.
Mostly like with the get and the sleep for some reason. But this is the first one I'm getting errors on. The other ones have been fine.
Oh, okay. Please show that error to me. I'll
Okay.
stop sharing. You can share your screen now.
Thank you. So this is it.
Okay, so you're doing password. Oh, send keys. Web element. Driver.get. Web element is fine. Everything's fine. What is the error though?
So can I resolve the symbol get sleep? So majorly this one's, but it's a bit weird because they've been fine before.
Driver.get. So maybe uh, web driver. Can you go a little bit up? So you have your web driver, Chrome driver, that's fine, public class, web driver, new Chrome driver, and where's your main function?
I'm sorry?
Where's your main function? As in like public static void main.
Oh, I accidentally took that out.
Okay.
Sorry.
No.
I accidentally took that out. So so now that's resolved some. Okay. There we go. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Mm. Were you able to run things on Safari?
Sorry, no, I didn't try with Safari. I was trying with Chrome
Okay.
because last time we tried with Safari, there was like a approval on the insert that I'm supposed to give to allow an external software
Yeah.
like open Safari remotely. So
Correct. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. If you ever try, let us know so that we'll
yeah, I
see.
just need to take the time and go into the settings and fix it.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so run the code now. It should work fine. And we'll move to the next code.
Thank you.
Okay. Against this. Login. Okay. So we have seen two things right now. We saw tag and ID. We saw the next one, tag and class. Now the third thing we are seeing is, what if there are like, two elements which has same tag and same class name? So what would you do, and like how would you handle those scenarios, right? So let's see that. So here they are showing one example saying that there's a tag of Facebook email and password. So this is for Facebook login ID. So you have two fields, which is like you enter your email, enter your password, and when they try to inspect the element, they can see that the input says ID as email, class as input text, and the second password says ID as pass and class as input text. So both of these fields have tag of input and has class input text, right? So if you do a CSS selector on class name as input text, there will be two elements, highlighted. However, your compile or like your driver is going to choose the first one, but this is what would happen. Like there will be two options for it to select, and since you're not defining, it's going to choose the first one. So now we'll see how that happens, and like let's see that the first one is getting selected instead of second one. For this, we'll be using the same demo page. Orange HRM. I'll inspect. Okay. And inspect again. Inspect again. So I come to this OXD input. So this is the class name it has, right? OXD input active. So let me just choose the first class name here and paste it in this one filter. After pasting this class name here, I'll see that it got filtered and I see only two of these class. So now if I point it on the first output, I'll see all the classes, or else I'll see like this is the class, right? Input, sorry, OXD input active, this one more. OXD input, so this one, sorry, it's this one here, OXD input. This is what I'm searching right now. So when I hover over this part, it will tell me all the elements which are using this class, right? So when I hovered over here, I can see both. You can see in these two fields. When I keep my cursor on this class name, I can see both of these are getting highlighted. That means this class, or like all these features of like box size, font, color, and everything has been applied to both of this element. So now if I go and inspect, I'll see this class name in both the fields to be same. So see, this is one field class. Um, so if I keep my cursor here, you can see this is for username, and if I keep my cursor here, this is for password, right? So, but both these input tags have same class name. That is what I wanted to show. So now if I don't distinguish with any other attributes, if I just let it say that, call this with the help of, find this element with the help of class name and pass a value, it will always choose the first one and will not choose the second one. So now let's see how your browser does that. So I'll go to this web page. and then thread sleep, and then I'll find the element. So I'm going to find this element with the help of class name. So this is the I'll write it here. So I'm going to find the web element. I'll give it a name of username input, and I'll say, okay, driver, go and find element, and then I'll say by dot CSS selector, because this is the selector's topic, and then we'll say type is input and dot because we are using a class, and this is the class name. So we have to provide this part, and when we provide this, it's when we provide this, it's going to choose that web element, and then we will pass a key to the web element. Now I'll run this code. And you can see that it chooses the first element and passes value of admin in it, and it does not choose the second element, right? So that's what I wanted to like. If there are multiple matches, then it's going to choose your WebDriver is going to choose the first element all the time, because you're just uh, storing one element here. There's a way you can store all the web elements. In that case, both the web elements will be selected. Right now, we are just choosing one web element, so it will select only one. But there is a way to store both the web elements. We'll be going through that topic like later, not right now. Right now, our focus is to understand different types of locators. That's it. So I'll share this code also. This is to make sure that even if there is a multiple web element identified, it will always choose the first one. Okay. Where's my chat? Can practice this. Tag and attribute is the next. Let me put it that way. Okay, so now next one is tag and attribute. So now what I want to do is I want to select this input and with an attribute. So all we have seen till now is ID and class name. But what if we don't have ID or class name? So this class name, selects multiple. This class name is same for multiple input values, right? So we cannot use class name because it is like confusing, and uh, if you want to go to password with the help of class name, you will never be able to reach because admin has the same, username has the same class name, right? So there's one more way to identify it with the help of just CSS selector, which is to pass the attribute value. So right now we will try to pass password. Okay, this name, sorry. We'll try to pass this name and value here with the help of CSS selector. We have not seen this before. So let's see this option also. So now I'll do driver dot, sorry, since I'm using username input, I have to create a web element first. So I'll create my web element with the name this, and I'll say driver, go and find element by CSS selector. And this time my tag is, so my tag is of type input, and my attribute which I'm going to look for is name, and value of that is password. Okay, and I'm going to pass admin 123. Perfect. What happened? Okay. So see, the syntax changes a little bit. Earlier the syntax was input dot, or like input found, but now you see there's difference in the syntax of how we are naming this. Again, how will you learn all this? The more and more you practice, the better you get at it. So now I'm trying to find my password web element with the help of this CSS selector. I'll run the code. It took too much time to open this, and hence it couldn't locate it. So I'll run it again. See, now it identified the password and supplied the password value. So that's easy. It found the tag and attribute. We give this value as well. Please do practice this one. And then we'll move to the next topic. We have two more left with tag and attribute. And then we'll be done. Any questions so far though? I hope no questions. I'll move ahead. So now we'll be seeing, so this one is not even in the notes, but I found it very useful. And hence I'm going to explain this, which is, there is something called star, which means, so star means contains, and then we have this symbol, which means, I think it means ends with or starts with. I'm a little bit confused on this. Let me check. Teaching guide. One is starts with and one is ends with. Which one is starts with? Okay. So we have it here. I'll give this to you guys as well. Control switch. So dollar symbol is for ends with. This power symbol is for starts with, and star is for contains. Okay. Um, so we are using the same selector like what we used earlier. So same selector as in CSS selector. Input is the field type and name as password. So if we know the password, if we know the name says password completely, we can use this. But what if sometimes, in your field or in your when you inspect this element, when you inspect this element here, they would not write password. They would write password and then they would write some more numbers. Okay. So imagine if it was like this. How would you locate it in that case? Right? To locate in that case, you need these wildcards. I don't know. You can call it as wildcards as well. Not a problem. So we will see how we would try to identify it with the help of this. Okay. So first we will try to find out with help of star. So star means it contains. So your password or your username should contain all these letters what I mentioned here. So if maybe password, so for password I'll say SSWO, right? So this is subset of password. So password is PASSWORD. So I'm just using SSWO. So that means it contains. So it will go ahead and look for anything which contains which is of type input and has the name SSWO present in them. So if it is present, then it's going to send admin to it. Or you know what? Let's use username because so for username, I'm just going to use SCR, SER, right? And then see if it works. And if it found, then I'll just pass admin to that value. Or yeah, let's pass admin. So I'll run this code and you can see that it will locate the element of type input and has the name as username and subset as SCR. So see, it found the element and it passed the value. So this way, it means that when you write this star, it tells you that it contains um, this SCR. Similarly, if you know that your input name starts with PASS, right? Pass. So I will use this value. And I'll say that anything which starts with PASS is going to be my element. So that way, and then I'll say pass. Okay. Anyways, you won't be able to see this because it's of password type, so it's fine. And I'll run the code. So first one is going to find the username with the help of just SCR, and second one is going to find the password because the password name starts with pass. And let me show that to you quickly so that you're not confused. If I inspect this password, you see the name here, it says password. But imagine if it was like this. 1, 2, and you want to find this. So you'll just enter it as pass and it will do the work for you. I'll save it, I'll run the code. Oh, sorry. I have to change this. Did it run? Oh, it's opening here. It was a little bit delayed. You see, it found username and it found password both. This is one example, and then the final is star is done, this is done, and the final is dollar. Dollar means it ends with this word. So instead of, now I'll just hide this one, and I'll say dollar, and I'll say if it ends with WORD, word. So if my name ends with WORD, then locate that item, or locate that element, and then send keys to it. So now I'll run this code. This is extremely useful in real time because you will not have user, or you will not have the name field as very simple as username and password. You will always see that there are so many characters in between. That's an easy way of development, I guess. Or like the developers, they choose something which is like keeps changing, or like it has a dynamic value, so it keeps changing as per your calls. So you see, it identified the password field by looking for name which ends with WORD and filled in the password. I hope there's no question, but if there's any question, please let me know and I'll answer that question. So I'll be sharing this complete code, but make sure that you uncomment some things here and comment it back in order to test all the three functionalities. Okay. I'll share this code now. And after this, we'll be just left with one more topic of CSS selector and we'll be done. Okay. Did anyone try the previous code? Did it run fine?
Hi, Shri, I'm seeing an error. I don't know if I can share my screen with you.
Yeah, sure. Please go ahead. Stop sharing.
For me, I want to share.
No, I still don't see your screen.
For me, um, um, let me
Yeah.
share my screen.
I can see a screen now. Okay, see a Chrome driver, unable to locate the element. Oh, we just rerun it. Okay, hold on. Let me see if everything. Oh yeah, you have not uncommented the line 15. You have to uncomment 15 and 16 both. So
Yeah.
you're so before you uncomment, why did this not work? It's like you have opened you have told your driver in line number 9, but you are not telling driver to open which website, right? You have to tell your driver to open the website. So that is in line number 15. Line number 15 tells your driver to open the website.
Okay.
Yes, when you say driver.get and the URL, that means your driver will come. So you have to uncomment the line. So press Control plus K. So you see the two forward slashes in the front.
Yes.
You have to remove them in line number 15 and 16 both.
Okay.
That means it comments it out. So when we say the comment means your compiler will ignore these lines. If you have that double slash mentioned in front, that means your compiler will ignore all this. Yeah, it will not run this. Correct. So if you
Okay.
want your compiler to run this, then you might have to save your code first. Save it before you run. Yes, now
Yeah,
run.
simply.
Yeah, it passed both admin and password values, so it's working fine.
Mm.
Okay.
Thank
And
you.
yeah, no worries. And now you have to know all this, Adi. Now these things you should be very clear with. And you have to figure out all these errors
Yeah.
and you have to resolve it by yourself. I mean, I'm here to help, no doubt. But
Of course.
when you see error, you have to think first. Like, why is this error coming? And then the first thing you have to do is like see each and every line of your code from starting and see what why why did this error even pop up like that. And then you will know once you start seeing too many errors and like once you start resolving these errors, the next time when the error occurs, you will know where is the problem.
Mm.
Yeah. To
Yeah,
keep
because I didn't see the errors by the left-hand side. So that's my my go to boy. I forgot that. Oh, okay.
okay.
Guess I get better with that. Get
Yeah.
better.
No worries. Like I'm here to help. No worries. But I want you to use your head where where is like where is the issue. I want you to figure that out as well by all yourself. So from next time when we are on screen share, I will ask you questions like why would this error come up to everyone, and then we will figure it out from there. Okay. Now the last topic of this CSS selector. CSS selector is very big topic. But once we finish this, then we have XPath. Even that is like crazy. And then we'll be done. So these are like just different ways to identify an element. If you are clear with all these selectors, half of your life is easy in Selenium. Because there'll be like so many different combination which you need to use to select an element. But mostly you'll be using XPath, which we will cover it in maybe after lunch. So this is the, I think, second last topic we have, and then we'll move to XPath. Now here we are trying to find an element using tag, class, and attribute. All the three things together. Earlier we did tag with class, tag with ID, tag with attribute. But now I want to do all the three together: tag, class, and attribute. Right? So how will we do this? Like this, like so much. So to do this, the command will be like not very different. It will have like the input. Input is my tag. Dot. Dot is for class name. So I'll have my class name, and then I'll pass my attribute, which is name equals to password. This would work. So if I run this code, it will successfully go and select the input and pass the input. So I run the code. So here you are trying to find the input. So it found the input element and it has supplied the values. Okay. I'll give this part of the code too. It's good to have it. Okay. And same thing with the ID. If you want, you have to just replace this dot with hash and this class name with some ID name, and rest everything will be same. Okay. That way it will become like tag, ID, and attribute. So you just have to make sure that with ID, it's always pound symbol, and with class, it's always dot symbol. If anything is confusing, so you can remember the class is for CSS, and CSS always has like dot in the class name. So you see this class name has dot, class name has dot, so that way you can easily identify it. So class name has dot, and ID is like everywhere you go, ID number. So number is like hash symbol or like pound symbol. That way it's easy to tell that also. This is really an interview questions which people ask like as a fresher, like difference between pound and dot. And if you know the difference, you would easily answer that question. Okay, so it is good. Now we can move to the next topic. Where's my okay, next part. Uh let's take like lunch break and then meet and finish XPath plus other topics. Sounds good?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay. Yeah, I think we have located too many things already. And XPath, I need like a fresh brain again because it's again very important topic. XPath is the most widely used and like you'll be using that mostly. And it will easily take like 2 more hours to finish this. Cool. And then I'll try to, you know, go over some topics from the next session also. I mean, like next topic also. So let's do that. The time is 1:41. Let's meet up at 2:10 again, if that's fine.
Okay, 210 is fine.
See you all at 2:10.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, it's recording. Okay. Now let's see what is this thing called XPath. To explain this, I'll go to my document object model. So this is DOM. And here you can see that we have nodes. So like head is one node. So this is HTML page and it has head and body. And so you can see that head is one node and then body is one node. So now body has style, non-script, div, script, and then every sub node has more data in it. So this div node has like so many divs. So for this, if you want to identify this div,
Sorry, Shri. I don't know if it's only me. I can't really hear your voice when it's kind of very low.
oh, my voice is low. Hold on. Audio is high. And my voice. Okay, is it better now?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Where is the mouse? Okay, it's here. Okay. So what I was saying, okay, yeah. So now we are trying to understand, what is X path, or like what is the path. So before even like before understanding X path, we have to know what X path really means. So I'll take one of the example. So I'm inspecting this element. I want to know X path of this. So I'll just copy the X path. So I'll do copy and then copy full X path. Okay. So I've copied the X path. I'll paste it somewhere in my notepad. So my full X path looks like this. So it's like HTML, body, div, and there's just so many divisions. So what this means is, it means that my if I want to find the element, this input element, right? If I want to find this input element, I have to go to this structure, or this is the path which I need to follow. So it starts with HTML, then it goes to the body, then it goes to the first division. So this is the first div. If I had multiple divs, then it would be like then it would be the other div, but this is the first div. So you see, and then div of one. So after this div, there are like, so this is the first div. This is, let me just do it half and half so that I can see both the part, and then I can show it to you also. So this is my HTML. I've covered HTML here, and this is body. So slash body slash div. So this is here. You go inside your div, and then it says div of one. So there are two divs here. So one is this, and the second one is this. So this is like open, and this is closed div. So this together is considered as one div block, and then this is like one again div block. So it's asking us to choose the first one. So if I choose the second one, it will choose this div of two. This is div of two, this is div of one. So I chose div of one, and after I go it in, I see like again I see like div, because there's no more div, so I can just do a div. So this is taken care of. Now we will see this part. So after getting inside, I have two divisions. So one is for this, one is for something else. Right? So here I'm going to select the first one as it's stated here. Then after I get in, I have only one div. So I'll choose this. And then it's asking me to select the second div. I'm selecting the second div, which is this. So now I have transfers until this part. If I keep going down and down and down, I'll reach to the input part, which is my this input field. So this is one way to identify our element, which is from root node. See, this is your root node HTML until the end input node, which is you're trying to select. So this is called absolute relative path, absolute relative path, or absolute X path. Okay, where you're mentioning from root node until the end input node. So I'm coming to the input node with the help of all this, or like the folder structure. So this is equivalent to like the folder structure which you have. So if I open my file explorer, if I open my file explorer, imagine if I want to open maybe Selenium course, so this becomes my path, right? So this is the path. So this is very similar, but this is with respect to tags. With respect to tags, okay? So this is like XPath to locate your element, and when you say absolute XPath, that means it starts with the root and it does not skip any element. You have all the elements listed, so you need to find everything. Again, there's an easy way to find the absolute XPath. So whatever element you're inspecting, you can go to this element window. You can find that element, do a right click, and then do copy. And here you have so many options. You can choose the XPath or like full XPath for absolute XPath, right? So I'll copy full XPath, and now I'll try to use it in our code to find the element. So for that, my code will be the same, but here there'll be some difference. I'll say driver dot find element by dot, I'll say XPath this time, because this is finding an element with the help of XPath expression. So right now I'm entering full XPath, right? And I can assign a web element to this, and then I'll pass an admin keyword to this, or like admin as the input to this. Right now, let's see if it works. So I've executed the code. So yeah, it worked. So it found the element with the help of XPath and it supplied the value admin to this. Okay. So this is one way of identifying, and it's called absolute XPath. And why it's called absolute XPath? Because it starts with the root node, and you can see that root node, it always starts with single slash HTML. I mean like single slash. So when anything starts with the root node, it will start with single slash. This is one of the example. I'll send the code. Please do copy this, and this is so there are two types. One is called absolute XPath, the one which we just discussed, and there's a second one called relative XPath. We'll see relative XPath, but before that, we'll see some points on absolute XPath. It says like it's a direct way to find the element, but the disadvantage, yeah, and absolute XPath has a disadvantage. So imagine that right now this is the XPath, but in future, what if they decide, or like there are so many applications which gets developed, and uh, we whatever, imagine if there's a new element which is being added here, maybe an element gets added here. So what happens is the entire path to find this element will now change because there are new elements which is added here, and hence it's, if you use complete absolute XPath, then it could be a problem. Because if there's any addition here in this page on top of this element, where or even some changes, like even if there's a no new addition, but some changes in the tags, it is going to be it is going to harm your XPath to find this element. Any change in this page uh, before locating this element, if it changes, then you won't be able to locate this element, and it will be like it will throw you an error that element was not able to found or element not found, and hence that makes our design like a little bit crappy, as it won't be able to find element, and we have to keep on going and changing in our complete XPath all the time. So that's why it says that we should not be using this absolute XPath like very often, or like not even. I've never used absolute XPath because like I'm pretty sure that most of the time your application changes, and you will you will end up making changes in these files again and again. And I said that it always starts with a single slash, and this is one of the example they are showing as well. But however, we have seen one example and how the traverse of from base node to the root node happens, or like how you see the structure of data object model to reach your element. It's this one. Now the next topic is relative XPath. So absolute XPath is from root node until the end, right? So you have to give the complete path from the root node until the end. But relative XPath is a little bit different. Relative XPath, you're trying to find, in relative XPath, what you do is you try to find the element directly, or you will find an element over or like little bit prior to this element. So maybe I'll find this login element, and then from there I will traverse, like as in like I'll go from this login to this one and then this one. So I can locate one element and then I can do slash and keep going moving forward until I find the element which I need. So this is relative XPath. So either I can go directly find the element, or I can find the nearby element and then reach to this element. So this is uh, called relative XPath, and this is most widely used in companies. So there are different ways to locate an element here, and then different ways to travel from like one element to next element. And we'll see that what are the different ways to identify an element directly, and how to like select one element, and then uh, how to choose one element and then select the element which we need. So let's take a look into that topic. And here, see, this is one of the example. Let's do one of the examples first, and then we'll come back to this relative XPath. So I'll take one simple example. This is absolute XPath. I'll take relate. So first thing which we are going to practice is in relative XPath is we are going to find the tag name, and then we'll give the attribute value, and we'll see if we can find this. Very easy. Let me grab this from here. Okay. So what I want to do is, and also I'll say one more amazing thing, which is I'll show in a while. But before that, let me go to this page and let me inspect this. So I want to fill in the password, right, of this page. I will inspect this page, and this is what it shows. So now if I want to find this element with the help of uh, the tag, which is input tag, and one of the attribute values, right? So this is what I want to find. I have input tag plus I have so many attributes. So I'm going to take this input tag and I'm going to take one of the attributes and try to locate this element. So how would I do that? I can find and first create a web element of user input, and then I'll say driver find element. This time do it by XPath. Okay, and while finding my element, I'm asking, so now the syntax will change because now I'm trying to find it with the help of XPath. So my syntax will change. So forget about CSS selector in your head because that had like different syntax because this was the method name and this needed like some specific type of input value, and it used to use that. So here we're going to do for XPath. So now from now onwards we are going to learn for XPath. So I said whenever we are going to do a relative XPath, right? Whenever we are going to search for a relative XPath, it should always start with double slash. Double slash meaning you're directly going and looking for this element instead of going into the root node and then traversing from there till the input node. Here what you're doing is you're directly telling, you're finding this element directly with the help of some attributes of this element, right? So I'm saying my element is of type input, right? And then I'm telling, okay, now it has attributes, and attributes, what attribute does it have? So for attribute, here I have to use @ symbol, right? This is the syntax which you have to use. And then I'll say it has a name, okay? And the name is going to be password. Or let me use username for now. But here you see the syntax is a little bit different. It is not exactly the same as what CSS selector had. So here it starts with double slash, it has the tag name and it has @ symbol, it has the attribute. And you see this is stored in single quote. So this is the syntax also. And then I'll try to run this and see if it works. So I'm trying to look, oh, sorry. I might have to, I mean, it will not do any problem or harm, but it will just take more time. Okay. It will try to locate the password using XPath this time. Or sorry, username using XPath and then provide the value to it. So it found the username and provided the value. Perfect. This is what we wanted and it's doing that. So you see with the help of XPath, and this is the new syntax which you have just learned, we can create or we can search a web element. So please practice this one and then I'll show something more. Are you guys done? Okay. Perfect. Now moving to the next topic, which is on XPath. Now, this is this one good way of finding whether your XPath is locating correct element or not. You can do that with the help of your developer tool. So this is called developer tool, right? This entire thing is called developer tool. So what you will do is like you will click anywhere on this element screen and you will do find, like control and F. So once you do control F, you will see this small thing comes up, this part, right? And it says find by string, selector, or XPath. So you can use any of these strings to find something here. So if I want to find login, I'll just write login. So it will tell wherever there's login written, it will find number of occurrence of login, and then it will keep showing me those login, right? Wherever login was written. So this is one. And just a while ago, we used you. It says XPath, right? So I'm going to paste my XPath here. So just now we is present here also in the code. We say that driver.find element by XPath, and then we gave this value. We gave input @name equals to username. So instead, even before supplying it to our code, we can check it in our console here. So we will write input and attribute name and attribute value. And when you press enter, it's going to tell you if it found a match or not. So it says one match of one found. So this means I found one occurrence or like one element of this XPath, right? And then it will highlight the element which it found. So I can go over and keep my mouse hovering over this element, and it will in the screen it will show me which element it is. So when I hover over this, it will say that the field is here, it's admin, and it's pointing to this location. Perfect. So this developer tool helps us in finding out the XPath which we are mentioning is going to be correct or not. So if this XPath is incorrect, like imagine if I have made some mistake here, then it says zero element found. So now if I go and supply this XPath to my Java code, it's going to not fetch any element because my XPath is wrong. Hence, I get one layer where I can test all these elements all by myself, right? So this can be used to validate your XPath even before you use it in your code. So very cool stuff. Now, recently I figured out there is something called as Selector Hub. Okay, so this is an application, not application, this is an extension to your browser, and I'll show you how it works. So I'll go click a new window. I have already downloaded this browser, this extension. I will show you how to download that and install it in yours. But before doing that, I'll show what's the use of it. So I have opened this website. I will click on, oh, it already tells me the selector hub here, but I'll ignore this for now. I'll do an inspect. Right. After doing an inspect, I saw that this is the field which I'm inspecting. And here, if I go down, I can see selector hub. If I click on that, right, if I click on that, this application, or like this is one extension application for Chrome browser. With the help of this application, it will tell me, or like it is going to give me the XPath which I can use, right? And this gives me like so many different XPaths which I can use. It is letting me know that I can use the name, I can use like CSS selector, which is input placeholder, or So yeah, so see input placeholder. So like this is like for CSS selector. This is the CSS selector. Then I can use the relative X path. I can copy it, paste it here, and then search it. It is going to take me to wherever the element is going. It's telling how many elements are matching and things like that. So this selector hub makes it easy for us to find out the X path, right? It helps us in finding out the X path easily. So you can download it. So to download this thing, you have to go to a browser, say selectors hub for Chrome. Then click on this selectorshub.chrome. Okay. And then it will ask you to add to Chrome here in this place. For me, since I've already added it, it's asking me to remove from Chrome. But for you guys, it will be add to Chrome. Once you do it, add to the Chrome, and then restart your browsers. And when you go to this link, and if you click on inspect, it will show you the developer tool, and in developer tool on the CSS side you can see selector hub. Click on this and you will get your selector hub with all their suggestions. So this is very useful. You all should download it. Let me know if there's any problem. Are everyone working on downloading the thing?
Yes.
Yeah, sure, please, can you go over it again?
Sorry, can I do what?
To go over how to download it again, please.
So-
I'm trying to share my screen.
Okay, yeah. Share your screen, I'll check it.
No, like the steps to download. Like I have just the screen, so I was trying to navigate, so I didn't really get how to do it.
Okay,
How
okay.
to download it.
Yeah, so in your Chrome, say in your Chrome, mention it as selectors hub for Chrome, and then enter. You will see this first link, say selectors hub. Click on that, and then here it will say add to Chrome.
Okay.
Once you click on add to Chrome, then it will give you an option. You can say add extension. It will add the extension, and then it will say selector hub has been added to the Chrome. That's it. Once that is done, you might have to restart your browsers. And then you will see it here, selectors hub. Done?
It's saying download error interrupted. I don't know why, but maybe it's my internet. I don't know.
Show me your screen.
Okay.
Selim and Toby, were you guys able to download it? And Priya?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, I was
Yeah, I was
able-
able to download.
perfect.
Yes, Shri,
So,
I have downloaded.
Okay, perfect. Can you close all the tabs? Oh yeah, add extension.
yeah, but it should
It's downloading. Hold on, hold on. It will work. It has downloaded. Has been.
okay. Those,
It's working now.
thank you.
Okay, yeah. Just make sure that you can see or you can inspect, okay? Inspect. Yeah. Maximize your browser. Where is your... Did you open this as a new browser or it was your previous browser?
No, it was my previous one, the last line
Yeah.
of code used.
Yeah, close this and open a new one. Not
My
Firefox.
Chrome. Yeah, I know. Try to find.
It's right on the... Yeah. Perfect.
Just, I should just, I should
You
just
can...
expect, right?
Yeah, just inspect anything.
Let me kind of slow.
Oh,
So,
why does it not show? Can you inspect the... Yeah, can you click on the arrow and then inspect the Google search? Correct, yeah. Click on that arrow, inspect the Google search screen. Yeah, that one. Oh, click on arrow
okay.
first. Yes, click on this.
Yeah.
Why cannot you?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you see double arrow on the top right side of the style?
This is my internet. Yes. Double arrow.
No, not there. Keep going towards the right. Yeah, there's
Yes.
something called event listener below that, below that event listener. And then on the right side, you see double right greater than symbol. Yeah, click on that. Okay, you don't see it here. Maybe your extension is not activated here. Click on three dots on the right. Yeah. Manage extension. Yeah, extension. Yeah, you see there. Down, 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 down. Like up. Just there. Manage extension. Go down.
Okay.
Correct. This is the... Click on details. Go down. Okay. Site setting, pin to toolbar. Allow the section to read and change all your data on website that you visit all on sites. That's nice. Pin to toolbar. Allow. Selecting. Go down a little bit. Okay. I think everything is fine. Developer mode is on and everything. There's some updates pending for you. Maybe you have to update it. Go. There's an update. Here, down, 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 down. Right next to search extension, you see a bar, search extension. Below that, there is an update.
Okay.
You're right. Yeah.
Well, everything's updated. Just
Extension updated. Okay. Can you close all your Chrome browser once and then open it again? do an inspect. Oh yeah, now it's there. Now you should see it. Click on the right arrows here. Why don't you see it?
Okay.
Oh, you should see it there. Can you select one of the element first? Maybe select the search bar. Yes. First select the arrowhead. Yes, and now select the choose the element. Yes, perfect. Correct. And go select the right arrows now on the event listener, just next to event listener. Still not there. Can you check on
Very strange. Sorry?
security? Can you just up a little bit up? Yeah. Security. Can you check the double arrows there? Oh, strange. You can't see it anywhere. Okay, do a right click on the search and then you are getting the option called. Okay. You see input ID equals to input or the element itself on the right side.
Yes.
Do a right click here and go down. Okay, not here. Okay, do a right click on the search field. Yes, do your right click, go down. Yeah, selectors hub, click here, go down, down, down. You just have all these options.
Yes.
Okay, then I don't know why you can't see it. Little bit strange, but you can copy relative XPath for now, and then you can paste the value somewhere. Maybe you can paste it, but I don't know why you can't see it though. Does anyone else have this problem or you all are seeing this?
I guess I'm the only one. Well, I don't want to delete the class. It's fine. Maybe we'll
Uh,
talk after the class. Yeah.
maybe you might have to restart. Maybe, I don't know. But I got it right after I added this extension to my Chrome. And then every time I do a inspect, I see the selector hub.
Okay.
I can do one more quick thing to compare extensions of yours and mine.
Okay.
Details. No, everything is same. Like whatever I read in yours and
Yeah.
mine are same. So I have no idea what's wrong. Okay. Then once you restart your system, do retry these procedures again to see if your selectors have work.
Okay.
Okay. But
Thank
if
you.
it
Yeah.
doesn't work right now, if you do a control F on element screen, do a control F on element screen, not that one, this one, where you see input ID equals to input. Yeah.
Yeah.
Control F, click on that and do a control F. Control plus F, CTRL, and then
Okay. I've done that. Oh, that's
you have done that. Can you click on
yeah.
console down, 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 down? Okay. Oh, your screen looks very different. Can I have access to your screen somehow?
Um,
Oh,
remote.
request remote control. Yeah.
Yeah. I've given. Can you access it now?
Okay, I can access it now. Let me see what is little bit different for you. What is this thing little different for you? Let me check with mine. I see application and everything here. My console is down, my style is here. Okay. 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 So I just came, I clicked on this place anywhere here,
Yeah.
and then I did CTRL plus F, and I see this thing. Okay.
Okay.
Here I can type like input. It will do the same thing what say rate selector did, but here I have to type it as name equals to but your website is different, so this is not going to work. Again, if I want this page to work, then I have to inspect this. Your rate selector is working, it just does not show up for some reason. But why? Why does it not show?
First, maybe we'll check it after class so that we'll not delay everyone. So I don't know.
Yeah, I
Because,
don't know why
yeah.
why we don't see it right now, but maybe in future we will be able to see it for. Oh, I'll check why you don't see it or like
Yeah.
how to check it. Okay, but again, this is important because you need to check your XPath here. So you have to know how to get to this part. So it says find by string selector or XPath. You have to come here. You have to put your XPath here. Then it will start to work. So like if I copy this URL here. No, this is yours copy. So yeah, but you can check your XPath here and it will work.
Okay.
Sure. And then I'll see why yours that thing is not working later on.
Thank you.
Welcome. Can you stop sharing the screen?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So where we were, okay. The only difference here is here it will give you a better view and it will give you some suggestions. So you can use that suggestions and that way you don't have to at least type or else you have to type by yourself. Coming back to the course material. Okay. And as I said, to find an element with the relative XPath, you can directly start with double slash. Double slash also means that you don't have to go until the node. If you were trying something from the root node, you have to start it with single slash. But if you're directly trying to access an element, you have to make sure that it always starts with double slash. Okay, so relative path always starts with double slash. So you have to uh, keep this in mind. And the advantage of this is if something, if someone decides to change something in between, as in like some elements in between, your way of finding the element will still be preserved because you're not you're not trying to access this element from the root node. You're directly trying to access this element from the main node. I mean from the directly input tag and its attribute value. So only if its attribute value changes, you have to come and refix your XPath or else everything is fine. Now we'll go to the next topic, which is if you want to find your you want to find the element or web element using relative XPath, but you don't know uh, the complete attribute value, right? So what would you do during that time? So maybe you want to find this input value, but you don't know the username completely. You know that um, your attribute value name has username and it has like more fields. So maybe like it's like this, and these elements they keep changing, right? So how would you find that? So for to search those kind of elements, there's something called contains, and with the help of contain, you can search your element. So what I'll do is I'll click here, I'll do ctrl plus F, I'll get this uh, thing open. So I'll do this, my tag is input, and then I'll do contain. So this is my keyword. Then my attribute is name, and then comma and my value. So my value will be USERN. So for username, I'll just choose these things. And as you can see that once I have provided all this input, my screen is already identifying what it's going to choose, and it's telling me that it's going to choose one element. If I press and enter, it is showing me the element it's going to choose with the help of this XPath, right? So I'll copy this XPath and then I'll provide it to my driver. So driver dot find element by dot XPath, and then here I will provide this value. So make sure the syntax is always correct, or else you will get into trouble. Here the web element. And now, so this is my way to identify the XPath, which says contains the username. I'll do a execute. We'll see if it will be able to find it. Yeah, it found the element successfully, and it provided the value what we have passed. Perfect. So this is one way of identifying the XPath of an element whose attribute value is not completely known, and hence you will use contains. Contains is to search something, some attribute value with the parameters you pass here. So it will just look for this value in your name parameter for input tag. Whichever input tag has this name will be selected, and the first one will be chosen for the operation. Okay. Back to the chat. I'll share the code for it. Have it run this code when you have time. And I'll go to the next part, which is relative path contains with text. So now my next thing is I'm trying to find the relative XPath, but with contains and with text. Okay. Why is this important? First, we'll see that. Oh, for this one, I'm going to choose different website. Okay. So I have this website. I want to find this entire thing. I want to find if this is present in my website or not. And if it is present, I want to find this entire element itself, right? So what I'll do is I have a very good way to do it with the help of XPath. So I'll do is Control F, do a double slash, and do an inspect on this element to find what kind of element this is. So when I did an inspect, it says it's font type of an element. So I'll go here, I'll type font. Okay, so I'm looking for something called font, and I'll tell it should contain. So I'm looking for something called, I'm looking for accounts or your accounts in this entire page. So wherever it says your account, it should tell me or it should show me that. So I'm saying contains, and I'm saying, what is this? This is text, right? Because you'll see this font, this, if I try to do an inspect, I'll do an inspect on this. So this font does not have all these values. So these values are present here. And I said everything which is between this font tag and close font tag. So whatever is in between this is always the text format. So you're trying to find a text. So what you will do is, like, you're trying to find a text, and the text is your account. You're trying to find your account text in this page. This one, this one. Okay. You're trying to find this font which contains this text. Once you find it, so for that you're trying to create the XPath. So now this is your XPath, and when you click enter, you can see that it found one element, right? And you can see that it's highlighting this one. If I click, if I hover my mouse over to this font, I can see what it's pointing to. And if you want to see, so right now I'm pointing to something else. I'll point something else here also. But once I press enter here, it will take me to all the parts. So it's showing me the font or the tag here. It's showing me the text which is present here. So it found the text of your account in this element, in this font element, and it's present. So what I'm trying to do now is I need to find if this text is present, and if this text is present, I want driver to display the complete text on my screen. Okay, so this is what I want to do. So now let's see how to do that part, or like how to write code to do that part. So first I'll do is, since it's since first my driver has to locate that element, so I'll do find element by dot xpath, and then I will enter the xpath which we found here. So this is my xpath. See, this XPath will give me confidence because I know this is going to work for sure, right? So this is my XPath, and then there's a function called get, and it's called text, t get text. So what this get text will do, it will go find this element, and after it finds the element, it will get the entire text. So I have already explained that in something like this, whatever is between this font and close font, so all this will be the text. If it finds this element, then it can easily find this text value and give it to you. So when you do get text, it will display, it will try to get this part from 2 till completely dot. So all this part it will try to find out. Okay. So once it finds the text, so since we are receiving text from driver, it is our duty to store it in a string variable, right? So I'll store it in a string variable called string output, and then I will do equal to and display this output here. Okay, so now I'll run this code and we'll see what happens. So it's opening the web page, it's going to find this element. After finding the element, it will get the text and then it will display the text in my console. So we'll see that. So it found the element. It opened the web page, it found the element, and then it displayed the output. So you see, it got the complete information from the web page and it is displayed in my console. So here I've sent systems.out.println, it says print output and then the output value it says. Okay. I hope this is easy and you all understood what this is. Like if there's any question, please go ahead and ask me right now. I'll share the code. You can execute it. Let me know once the code is executed so that I can move ahead. We are left with only few topics and then we'll be done with XPath. Perfect. Now, for relative XPath, there's a formula which we have seen right now, but the formula goes like this. Your XPath starts with a double slash, then has a tag name, and then has an attribute and its value. So this is what we have seen from like in our past few examples. So we can see that here also, right? You have double slash, this is your tag name. Then there is this contains, or for us right now, let's go back to this one. So it has form name attribute and then value. Sorry, attribute and its value. So this is the formula. I've explained this earlier also. And these are like different ways to find like contains attribute, contains and text. So this is one more way. And double slash is like for XPath, relative and absolute XPath, the differences you have seen here. From selectors hub, you can see all this in one screen. Contains, we have already seen a program for contains where the formula of contains is like input, so your tag name, then contains attribute name, and then its value, what you think would be present. So like for first name, here they are typing it as first. We have seen this. The next is contains with text. Again, I've told you how to identify the text in a web page and then to check if contains works along with the text. So we have seen this option as well. So here they are showing divs and they showed like contains text and then Facebook help. So this means that it's going to find a div which contains text called Facebook helps, and then once it finds it, it will locate the element. So this is the formula for that one. The next is using OR. Now let's see what happens in using OR. So here it means that you have your XPath and you have two attributes and you're telling even if you find a button with one attribute, make sure you select it. So there are two attributes and you're not sure what attribute name it should take. So that time you'll be giving two attribute name and it will choose the anyone which is present in the attribute value, right? So you see here it says button. This is type submit, class this, name as web submit, ID as this. So I can have one attribute as name, one attribute as ID. That way, even if one matches, like imagine ID will change in future. Maybe ID will become like U012, right? Maybe this is dynamic and 1 1 will become 1 2. So in those cases, if this OR is not present, it will not find this element, right? So what we are doing is with the help of this OR statement, you're saying that if any of this attribute matches, make sure you select this button. Or make sure you locate this web element button, right? So now let's see this with the help of a code. Similarly, we will see and. When we say and, we are telling that both of these should be present, right? Both attributes, what you have mentioned here, has to be present. If any one is missing, your code will not run. I mean, like it will say that an element not found, right? So let's see this using or and attributes in XPath. Again, for this, I'll choose the username as the element, as this has like class name plus it has the username. It has class attribute and it has name attribute. We have two attributes and we want to select it based on any of the match, right? So I'll do a control S, do input tag, then I'll say my first attribute is class, and it should have values like ABC, or my second value make it as name, and pass correct word, and then close this. Okay. So you see, this one does not have a class called ABC. You see here, there's no class called ABC. However, there is an attribute name called password. So you see, there is an attribute called name, and it is of type password. And hence, since we are using OR, our XPath knows that if either of this attribute is present, I will choose this element, or like I'll find this element. So here it found the element and selected the element. So I'll use this and see if we can pass the password. Also, I'll do driver.find element by dot XPath, and my expression would be the XPath which I copied from there, and then I run this code. It found the element and it supplied it with the password, and it's all good. Okay, so this is for OR. Now let me do the AND part also. For AND, I'll choose username, and then my class has to be like a correct class name. Let me not choose the class name because class name has like two values and I have to pass both of them in order for it to work. So I'll choose to inspect this one. So this one has a placeholder attribute. So I'll use this placeholder attribute, right? So I'll say my placeholder attribute should be username and my name should be username. So see, if since both the attributes are present, so placeholder at the rate username, so at the rate placeholder dot username, so like this is present plus name is present. So since both are present, it's going to choose. But if I do a mistake here, maybe see if the placeholder name is little bit also wrong, one side this one of the condition fail, and we can see that no elements found is 0, 0. So hence you have to make sure that when you're using and both this should be like completely true and only then it will work. So I'll change this and pass maybe call it 1. Perfect. I'll run the code and we'll see. So we have seen how OR works, how AND works, right? We have seen both. It passed admin and it also passed my password. So it works. I'll share both. Practice this now. Meanwhile, we have few more, couple of more XPaths, and then we have some XPath Apex. We'll finish that in like 10-20 minutes now. So we have seen using OR. So this is the formula. We might have to remember the formula using AND. So formula would be here. Then we'll move to starts with. Okay, this is so starts with function is for text and this text also. So there are two functions which we are going to study, and that will be end of XPath to find an element. So now let's see for this one. So there are two more functionality which we'll study. So I want to find this text, and start with function means like, my text which starts with TO. So like my text with whatever I mentioned. So if I do a /font and then I'll say here it starts with and then I'll say text, and then I'll say 2. Maybe there's some formula mistake. Of smallest. So I'm trying to find my text which starts with 2. I want to find all the elements, not all the elements, so all fonts which starts with 2, or like all the text box like this, and whichever starts with 2, it's going to select that for me. So imagine if I write something else. If I write O, so it does not start with O, it starts with T. If I write T, it will still select, but anything other than T, it will not select, right? Because it's not right. Okay. And if I make some changes, maybe T again, so TO space T, again, this is no match, and hence we will not get anything back. Whenever you see 1 of 1, that means there's match, and you can use this XPath to find the element, right? And in my code also, I'm trying to do the same thing. So I'm trying to find an XPath with font starts with text too. Okay. And then after finding the, since it's a text, I would need to get the text. So I'll get text and then I'll display it in my stuff. Similarly, the next thing is text, only text. So that means you're trying to find some text in the entire page. So what I'm trying to do is like, I'm trying to find an element which says register, and then I'll print it. So you have register here, you have register here, there's so many registers. So but you want to get selected this one, right? It has text register here, and this is of type font A, sorry of type A. So I'll do a search on A type of an element, and then I'll say okay, this is of text and should have register, right? So I have font A. This will work. REGISTER. So there's a formula. That's for like you have to use formulas correct, or else it's not going to work. So equals. The text equals REGISTER. Unless the formula is correct, it will not work, guys. So you have to make sure the formulas are all correct. So if I use this formula, I can easily select this register thing and then display the register part. I've already written the code. I'll unselect this or uncomment it. And then let's first display the starts with. Starts with. So we know this element is going to be present, and then it will display us the value of the entire text message which we see here. This has to be displayed, and it is displayed. So it says like whatever it was written there. Similarly, we will try the next part of the code. Since the web page is anyways open, I'll use the same part. So here this time you'll see both starts with and text part working, and you'll see two outputs. One will say to create everything, second says register. So both the things work. Here is the code. You can try it. So almost we are done. There's just two small locators now. Not two, actually, there are six, but we will go through them on like with super high speed, so it will be easy for everyone. Now we have to understand there's something called XPath Apex. I'll give you 2 more minutes to run the code which I've sent previously, and then we will start with XPath Apex concept. Are we done? Okay. Now the next topic which we are going to learn is very important, and we do use this one a lot. So let me just quickly run this. I need the screen. Sometimes automation is so much fun that I didn't want to open this page by myself and click on admin, password, login, then PIM. So I just wrote the script which does all this work for me. It will open the browser, put the user ID, password, find this PIM, click on this, and open this page for me for today's explanation of Apex. So these are like good things about automation. And now to explain Apex. Now, what Apex is? Like XPath, we have already we can see that with the help of XPath, you can directly locate an element uh, easily. It's it's way easier than any other type of locators. And XPath is most widely used, and right now I think Apex, which is like a division of XPath, or like it's an extension of XPath. So now that is also most widely used. So for X A for Apex, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe more. There's so many Apex. So we have XPath, preceding, following, ancestor, parent, preceding, sibling, following, siblings. Okay. Now let's see what this means. So here I'll inspect this element. Okay. Inspect. This one. I'm just trying to find which form has all the data so that I can explain easily. Okay. What does this have? Okay, this still has all the elements. Okay, so I found the main tag. So this one is the main class, or this is the main div. See, it highlights all the 7 elements. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There are 7 elements, okay? And this div has all the 7 elements. So this div, what is div? Div is like you can think it of like a container, small container, okay? So the size of this container is from here till here. So there is a invisible box here, okay? And this container is divided into, see, 8 parts. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So eight equal parts. So I have divided, or like the developer has divided this div into 8 parts, and in each and every part of this division, the developer has provided some data, and he has done or she has done some more division inside, and you can see that. So there are like 8 divs in total, and each div has something or the other, okay? Some elements in it. But however, in in order to understand what we are going to uh, learn now, we need to know that this div, the div which is here, you see, if I open this div, or like open this div part, I can see the sub divs which is like present inside this div folder, right? So now if I want to move from one div into another, so what if I have everything about this division, but I want to know the next division, like this div values, or I want to select this. I know everything about this and I want to select this. So how would we do this? How would we pass after identifying one division? What if we want to identify the parent row of this division, or the right next div, or just one div before it? So like, what if we want to find these things? Instead of inspecting everything again and then providing the XPath of the inspected element, can can we use the same thing what we found before and find like a preceding? So preceding means the one before it, following means one after it. So with the help of Apex or XPath Apex, you can identify or locate uh, your elements. So you will locate one element and you will try to find the relationship uh, of the other elements with respect to this element and find the other element. So in this case, you see this is the div and all the small divs are part of this div. So you can say that this div is the parent and all these divs are the child. So these are child division of this parent class, right? So this is parent, all these are child, correct? And since all these are child, they are all siblings to each other, right? So we can say it as, so if you try to locate this one first, you found this as the next path, and if you want to go ahead and find this one, so you can say the preceding siblings, or like the one which was before this element. And if you want to find the next element, you can say following sibling. So it will just do the following. Then there's something called preceding, which means everything before this. And then there's called following, which means everything after this, right? Everything as in like whatever comes down, so everything. But sibling means just one, or like sibling means just within the same parents. It will not go beyond the parents. But if you omit the word siblings, then it will just go everywhere. So that is the difference. And we will see all these things, like how to locate one element, how to go to the parent element, how to go to the child element. And then there is ancestors, ancestor as in like parents, parents, parents. So how to go to that element from locating this element. So we will see everything of that with the help of this uh, division here. Okay, so I'll not be writing like complete code to do this because we just need to know how to find the XPath. So to find the XPath, first what I'll do is I'll try to locate I'll try to find the XPath here. Okay, so I'll try to locate this. This div here. But to locate this div, I need I'm looking for a identifier which I can use. I think I found one yesterday, which makes my life easy, which is this. I think it's this one. Let me see if this is the one. Okay. So I found this div, the Manchester div. I mean the parent div, which selects all which has all the containers in it, right? So the path of the parent div is this one here. But what I want to do is like imagine I went to one of the siblings, which is like let's go to the two siblings, second sibling, okay? So after this div, I've made it as like div of 2. So with the help of this XPath, I can easily select this division, right? But I want now, so this is easy. This is like not even crazy XPath. This is just simple XPath. Now for Apex, that if you want to use the Apex com formula, what you have to do is you have to transfers from here to the previous element to the next elements, and we will see how to do that. We will start with what are the concepts? We'll start with preceding first, right? So I'll use a slash and then I'll type preceding, 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 and this is the formula. So you and then this is the tag which I'm looking for. So if I say preceding, it found all the preceding tags before this tag. So let me do a control X. So right now here I am, and if I do a preceding, so you will see that there are 27 elements. So I was initially this element, and it is counting all this div before that up until this part. So there are 27 divs. I can keep going down and then it will show me where it is, right? So this is like preceding. You will see all the ancestor of this person. But now if I just want to see one step before this div, one step as in like I'll just go to the siblings part, which is like I just want to see I'm at this element, I just want to see this element. So how would I do that? I'll just do preceding hyphen siblings, and you see, if I do that, I was initially this one, but since I'm doing sibling now, it will just show one more. But however, if imagine I started from this as the main element, then my preceding siblings would be two more siblings. So you see, it says one of two, so it has two more siblings because I started from third part. So this is preceding siblings formula for this page, or like how to use preceding siblings, and like understand the concept of when will you use preceding siblings or things like that. If you don't have an identifier to identify this div, then how would you do is you would try to find out the identifier for the nearby class and then move ahead and do all these practices. So this is for preceding siblings. I'll copy it here as a formula. Then I'll do the following siblings to show what it shows. The preceding will show everything before this. Now I'll do following siblings. So you see, I selected third initially, and after that I have four more childs. So like I'm on the third one, and then there are like four more siblings for me, which is like following siblings. So it is after this, but under the same parent node, right? So this is following sibling. I'll copy this, paste it here. This is following, preceding. Now let me go to the parent and see if parent is coming fine. Instead of sibling, I will write parent. If I want to find the parent node, parent. So you see, I was on this div earlier, but so let me show you right now. I'll control X this. So I'm on this div. If I want to select the parent div, I have to just do slash parent colon div. So see, it shows only one parent, and it went here, right? So this is called parent access. So all these are nothing but like just the identifiers which you will be using in your XPath to identify or like easily identify the elements which does not have lot of attribute names and things like that. So this makes it possible, and you will be using this mostly because earlier, web developers were mostly using like name and IDs and things like that. But now they're very hardly using these concepts of names and uh, give fields some attribute value. So hence we are coming up with a new strategy on trying to find the elements. And this is one. So finding one element with a name and then transversing from that element and then using concepts of apex to again move from one element to another and keep working that way. So we have done preceding and following as well. Let me copy this to preceding. I want you all to practice all this well. EDING colon div. So it will take me to all the previous div. Following will do the same, but for all the following divisions. And then finally left with ancestor. Let's see what ancestor does. I'll go back to my this ANCHESTOR. ANCEST. Okay. If I do an ancestor, it has 9 ancestors, so it will just keep going up and up and up. So it will not go with preceding, it went to all the divs, but with ancestor, it will not go to all the divs. So that's the only difference between ancestor. You can practice all this here. You don't even have to run a code for this. You can just practice it from the website. Whenever is required, you can copy this XPath and then use it. So this is ancestor, preceding siblings, and everything. Okay, so I have given code for everything here. I'll give the same to you. You can practice it all by yourself. Try all these formulas to see what is what, and this will give you the page which I'm using as well. So this is the main code to come to that screen, and then all these are the XPath values. All these are the XPath values which you can practice. Okay, so this winds up our locators completely. And we will just quickly, since we have little bit of time, we will see a few web elements. I mean, at least half of them today. It will not take a lot of time, and then the rest we will see it on next week. And also before we leave, we will try to install TestNG. It takes only 2 minutes, and run one of the code in TestNG also. So that next class we can run our code in TestNG. We can practice some more things here and there. Okay. We have finished this preceding, following. And these are like the summary of locators. So we have class name, CSS selector, ID, link text, name, link text, partial link text, tag name, XPath. I think we have covered everything except this tag name. Locates. Why that again? You can practice this one by yourself. I have not practiced this, nor I have code for this one, but you can practice this by yourselves. Now you at least know how to locate an element using the different types of locators. So I think that's enough. And do let me know if you have any questions in any of the selectors.
Sure, sorry. The PDF that you were going through it's in our portal, right?
Yeah, this is the ninth
Okay. So
section.
okay. Just to confirm. Thank you.
No worries. But all the programs which I'm giving you right now is not present here. So use the chat, or I'll send the files. Use that one.
Okay. Maybe when you send the files, and then because I normally store them somewhere and for practice.
I'll,
So
I'll send it as well. No worries. WebDriver commands get.
then Shri, please, I got an email. I don't know, I'm sure every other person got it as well, for us to be able to choose companies or send our resume. I don't know. I don't know if Anselm and every other person got that email about our resume for the co-op. I don't know.
Yes,
Maybe
you might have to submit your resume for the co-op because after March 23, you will be enrolled into a co-op. So March 30 will be your co-op preparation and everything. So until March 23, you are all with me with the course. I will be finishing up the course by March 23, end of the day, maximum.
yeah, so maybe we could send the kind of resume, with your experience, because I mean, so that we will not like we will not just go and we'll do it properly and yeah.
But there will
Like,
be people who will be guiding you to
okay.
help you with your resume. So if you keep going down, you will see busy QA sample resumes. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah, so someone will be helping you here.
Okay, I've seen it. Okay.
Yeah, so this part, someone will help you for sure. Let me see if this is a, oh yeah, there are so many resumes, sample resumes. So you can choose some of these and make your resumes from it. Let me see if there's this.
Okay.
Yeah, you can make your resumes from here. Hmm. Yeah, so see it says they have okay. So they have all this design. So you can use some of these here and create your resume and give it to them. So you know database little bit knowledge, then you know all these almost little bit. Agile and waterfall, Git, CSVN, Git I'll be teaching next class. Jenkins also will come soon. You know Selenium now. Postman, you have an idea now. You know Java. So you have some technique, some skills from each and every point here. So you have to mention that and try to create something here based on that. Most of the things you can just copy paste from here. And right now you will learn a lot in your co-op also. They will make you work on the co-op in some project. There'll be one person who would be going through um, everything what you have learned here, plus give you an overview of what the project is all about and make you do some testing there, write some automation test scripts and things like that. Okay.
Shri,
Yeah.
yeah, so based on their resume,
Yeah.
there are some clients who we try to forward their resume to the client.
Correct,
So if
correct.
they are selected by the client, they will place directly to the client.
Yeah, even
And
but for them they will
depends upon the
but there will be one resume workshop, no?
yeah, at the end of the co-op, if they are stay with us in the co-op team, so we will do there is no resume workshop, that we will just give them the outline, how to do the resume and everything.
Okay.
And they have to create their own resume.
Oh, so you'll just give them the sample, like
Yeah, only the samples. And once they have sent the resume, we will review the resume. If anything has to be added, we will give some review to them.
okay, perfect. That's nice. I didn't know about this part. I just know that once I'm done with my course, then
Yeah,
there's one more team who will help them prepare for
yeah.
reviews and prepare for everything. So,
Yes, Shri. Yeah, I'm part of that.
oh, you're part of that second part?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so they will come to co-op our team.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm
Uh,
very sure about what happens next. But yeah, after they learn everything here, then they go to the
yeah,
second part where they.
they will come to the co-op team. So
Mhm.
we have some clients, they are asking for automation tester.
Okay.
So if they are selected by that client, so
Mhm.
they will be placed in with that client and they have to work with them. But
Okay.
if they are placed in co-op inside BCQA,
Mm-hmm.
and so they will come to us.
Okay, they'll.
Yeah, most probably I'll be with them.
Okay, again.
Yeah.
But then you'll be taking, you'll be asking them to work on all these test case.
Yeah, yes, true. Yeah, just like how we have worked in a real time. So we have a real time project going on right now.
Okay.
And so I will create sprint and task for each sprint.
Mm-hmm.
So I will assign the task to them. So they have to complete it in 2 weeks and come back for the review. So it's kind of start with the planning meeting and the execution, and they will come for the review. After the review, we'll start the next sprint.
Okay,
So yeah, it will go like that.
okay. I see.
Yeah, it's kind of like a real time
Good,
work.
good. So you're part of that team also? Then?
Uh, yeah, I was the software testing agent who I was handled the manual testing team before.
Mhm.
So now I'm going to take over to automation lead.
Okay,
So,
so now you'll be handling the automation part also.
yeah,
Okay. That's nice. So after after everyone graduates from here, then they will come to you for automation projects.
yeah.
Yeah,
Looks like, yeah, it's probably, yeah, but it's in a progress. Yeah,
okay.
currently I'm doing with software testing.
So
So yeah, recently I have placed in this automation testing.
okay,
Uh,
okay. So now you will
so
be
yeah,
taking care of this. Okay. So yeah, then you guys will already know Priya. Then you will see her in the next session also. So like the next part of this course, which is after everything is done here.
yeah, yeah. If they are placed with the client, the client will take over them. Yeah, they will be directly placed with the client, and
Okay. Okay.
mm, they will work with them directly.
I remember Ty also mentioning that, there are some clients
Mhm.
who who could hire them.
Yeah, they
Mm.
are looking for automation testers, and
Okay.
that's why they are asking for the resume. We are going to forward the resume to them.
Okay.
So yeah, if they are interested, yeah, they will get hired
Isn't
by them.
isn't it too early for them to directly go to the clients? Should they not?
Yeah,
Should they not?
yeah, I get.
Yeah, because I mean,
Yeah,
uh,
yeah. This is the first time we are sending them directly to the client. So before that, they used to come for the co-op, in-house co-op. But
correct.
we have a live project. Currently, we are working in a live project.
Oh,
So we used to help them. So I will be with them. So I will lead them.
oh,
I will be with them as a technical assistant. I will give them all the inputs. If they
oh,
have any questions, they can ask me in the Zendesk.
okay,
I will reply to them. Otherwise, I will create a meeting and explain how to do everything.
okay,
But yeah, this time, this is the first time we are sending them directly to the client.
okay. I
Uh,
say at least give them a
yeah,
week to practice and ask them questions and take them through mock interviews and things like that. Or else it will be difficult for them to crack the very first time, I believe.
yeah, yeah. I can see the co-op students now because whenever we are learning as
Mm.
a theory,
Yes.
that is different. When they are coming for a co-op,
Hmm.
they will ask a lot of questions.
Yeah, that's true because they'll be working for real time, right? Yeah, that is
Yeah,
right now it is just boot camp. No matter how much ever I
yeah,
try to explain, I'll still be missing few things
yeah.
which has to be
Yeah. If we started working in a project, yeah, we will get a lot of questions.
correct.
And the other thing is the Git, even though they know what is Git, how to push and pull,
Mhm.
because there is no practice in collaboration. So that time if someone also places the same thing, when the chances of coming for the rebase,
Yeah.
so that time there is a chance. And if I ask them to push to the main, so there is a chance of clash in between.
That's true.
Yeah, it happens last time.
I think so. This happens all the time. Even I do it sometimes. Even though I have so much experience, yet still there's always conflict in my merge, and I have to always
Yeah.
resolve. Given that I don't pull everything from GitHub like constantly, that causes it. But yes,
Yeah.
I think I want to practice this GitHub part so that I can. I've been trying to do this, but I don't know. All these other topics are like, overtaking the time which I
Yeah.
have to put
Yeah.
here. But this is very important. I'll try to
Yeah.
do this. Put this.
Few months, I think 6 months back, we had that is our first live project for
Mhm.
automation. So that time I was part of that. So yeah, one of our team member, he actually we put some of them in the Git ignore because I'm working on a Windows system,
Mhm.
so they are on a Mac. So
Okay.
there are some differences when we are giving a path. I'm using the front slash, they are using the backslash and everything, and they are
Okay.
using a different driver. So that time, so we placed some of them in the Git ignore. So
Okay.
whatever changes they do, it will not affect. But what he did, he removed everything from the Git ignore and pushed all the code to the dev.
Oh, that's bad.
Oh
Like,
yeah, actually, yeah, he just messages like, yeah, I pushed the code. You can pull it. So I just went and pulled the code. Yeah, everything got collapsed by all our work gone in
oh,
a minute.
yeah,
Yeah, we asked him to revert. He couldn't.
he could.
Then
Yes, that
we create
merge
started
everything.
from scratch.
Wow, that's crazy. No, I think for us, we will, I'll try to say them not to do something like that. But I don't know. I don't know if I'll have all those
Mhm.
repositories set up with me. So let's see.
Mhm.
If I can do proper setup like industry standard, I'll do it, or else it will be just basics of whatever I have it here with me. I just try to
Mhm.
push that and then have that. But again, that has time. Maybe next week or next week. And I think next week I'll do this GitHub. I mean, I have to do this. Now I don't. I have very less time. Today I thought I'll cover at least uh few more topics, but it's going so slow. Yeah, there's so many things.
Yeah, yeah. These are all important. These are all important. Yeah, when sometimes when they're coming for the work, so still they are asking about XPath.
Yeah,
If
expert is very
yeah,
important. Like for me,
very
it's
important. And
uh,
sometimes the elements, or if it is a list, they are struggling.
they're struggling. Yes. No,
Yeah,
I think there's the expert. If expert topic is clear, if objects topics are
yeah,
clear, you
yeah,
these are the only main things. Object,
yeah,
experts,
yeah,
locators, different locators. I mean,
yeah,
like then different types of fields. If these
yeah,
things are clear for everyone, then they can do it. Then there's
yeah.
no crazy thing.
Yeah, yeah. Once they comes to co-op, yeah, they will learn the framework, Git, and everything.
They'll have hands-on that time, so it will be easy. And I
Yeah.
wanted to start with TestNG today, but even that that didn't work, I guess. It's already 4:11. So I think this page can be taught, but this is very, very easy. I can finish this in like 15 minutes next session. But I wanted to do different field types today. But where is that various web elements and their handlings? Yeah, this one. Okay, this is very big and this is very important. All this. Mm, I lost energy now. Oh, there's so many things. Okay. Hold on. And radio button. Thanks. Shall we go ahead or should we stop for today? I mean, if we go ahead, then you might have to give me one topic, two topic, three topics today. So like 20 more minutes.
Can we go for the TestNG?
Or we can install
Download.
the TestNG today, yes. Let's do that so that there's no more learning. At least this is fun stuff to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we can easily install. We have two things, like either we can put it in pom.xml also, that will easily install. Let me try this. I have installed it outside, but here also it would work. So let me try this part. MVN repository. So go to MVN repository. I think this will work. TestNG. TestNG. And from next class, we will start practicing everything on TestNG. Okay, I think it will work. So in your pom.xml file, just copy and paste this. In one of the dependencies, paste it, save it, and it will start building. I'll share with everyone. So open your pom.xml file and then add this dependencies there, the one which I've sent you, and then save it. It will build and it will install this in your machine. Not install, I mean it will get the plugin and library. Where's my close properties?
I wanted to ask Priya,
Yeah.
Yeah.
do you know if they're still sending out emails? Because I didn't get any email.
Yeah. Can you repeat?
Do you know if they're still sending out emails for the code?
Who is sending the email? Yeah, I think the co-op manager, she's sending the emails to the students.
Okay.
Very sure. We're putting this link in between
In
because I
between
know we already have one in between the dependencies. So we're adding this one again between the next ones.
to the next one. So after your end of last dependency, you can add this
Right. Okay.
one. It did the work, but I think I have to restart my Selenium, sorry, Eclipse to see the changes. So let's see if it does. I added it externally and it started working, but then it removes the benefit of using MVN project. So let's see if that works. It should work. So once you save it, your TestNG library would be added. Why didn't this get work?
I'm getting an error underneath,
What is
like
the
dependency. And the error is invalid content was found, starting with elements, HTTP, Maven.
oh? So let me see. I think it's not a stable version. Maybe we need a stable version. Okay.
Shri 7.8 will work.
7.8. This one
Yeah,
works.
yeah, it will work. And it is compatible with lower variant of Selenium.
Lower.
So yeah, this will work. 7.8. I tried 7.8 with the Selenium 4.8,
Okay.
4.8.3. So that works.
Okay, let's try this. I downloaded it yesterday from the
Yeah, Eclipse Marketplace.
marketplace, and that one works
Yeah,
well.
that is 7.9. And I have downloaded that and I tried that on the file.
But this one does not
Yeah.
show problem. So let's see. It's built
Yeah, there are some issues between Selenium and the TestNG. I think the 4.8.3 is working. So I have tried this
Okay.
recently,
Let's
but
see.
after that I didn't try. Maybe 4.11 I will try that. I'll try to do that.
Okay, but let me see this
4.11.
4.11. First, I need to remove this and close. Oh, looks like even this one is. But does it show any error anywhere? Could not.
Yeah. But you are having TestNG in two places. Is it
So I removed it from one.
removed it?
Yeah. I removed the external library in order for me to refresh.
Refresh.
Oh, I thought this error will go away, but
Add
it's
TestNG library.
Toby, can you try this one and see if you're getting the same error? This thing.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, 7.8.0. Just try this one. If there's still an error, then we'll just try to add an external library, and that will be a workaround for now.
Save and
Why is this not working? Could not create the view.
yeah, it's working with 4.11. Okay. I'll try that
To
with
dependencies or no?
4.818.
Use the
What
stable
we are
one,
doing.
which many people have used.
4.18.
Okay, let's see central. Okay, TestNG, ambient repository, TestNG. This is correct. Everything has vulnerability. Which is the most stable version?
Then it's working. Okay.
Okay, I think I can find it from here also. Windows and marketplace.
Yeah, it's working.
Which version?
One night. Yeah, the 7.9 is also working. 8 is also working.
Both are working for you?
Yeah.
7.9 is working for you. But why is it not working for me? I'll take a look into this. Try to find out what's wrong with my PM. Tommy, did it work for you? The pm.xml thing?
Yeah.
BJNS 2.9. You should work with this. I need to figure out why it's not working. Or maybe I have to remove from my marketplace. Since I've already installed it,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
like an installation part. It's not just a library. It has to be installed in my application completely. So I've installed it from my marketplace, and that's why it was working. So not sure if it will work with it. So is it working for you with the help of dependency itself?
Yeah. I have tried both ways.
Okay. So
So
maybe
it's working.
maybe I need to.
Yeah, maybe since we have deleted or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's wait for update. So let me finish the update and then it will work. I know with just repository, with just MVN dependency, it should work.
Yeah, it should work. Yeah.
I don't have to install. That's the only
Let's see.
all installed Maven project and everything we are doing in Maven project.
Yeah.
Okay. Tommy, did it work for you? This thing?
It just still has those red lines underneath dependencies, or dependency rather.
Oh, the
I'm not
file?
sure.
You have it here?
Pardon? Yeah, I have it
You,
between dependency. Yeah, those two
Mhm.
lines. Yeah.
Between these things?
Yes, between those two lines.
Okay. I think that we could not create TestNG Eclipse results view, which is okay.
Dependency.
I'll check. Remove this. Now it open control this. Okay. I've removed everything and then now I'll add this. If it works for me, then there's no problem.
Yeah, paste somewhere. Yeah, it's added.
Yeah, so dependencies are there. I have JUnit, Selenium, Java, and TestNG 7.0 test.
Okay. So then we have to check the distance.
Perfect. Now the only problem is my main.
Yeah, that file. Yeah, we can see that.
Why does it have an import cannot be resolved? But why?
Plus test. Okay.
Selenium,
Uh,
TestNG.
Shri,
Yeah.
yeah, can we create one TestNG class? We can try that from right click
Oh, from here.
from the package. From
Okay.
the package, right click, go down.
Where?
Okay, yeah, TestNG is not here.
Oh, that I have to do here and okay, so Maven, this is Maven, okay. You're saying the TestNG is not present here at all.
Yeah. So if it is included, yeah, maybe
But why
can I?
is it missing from mine? TestNG. Oh, it's just JUnit. TestNG.
Yeah, because TestNG. Okay, can you check that down?
Okay. Anyways, I'll try to figure this out.
Yeah.
How
So
to
if we once we have added, when we are clicking on right click on new, then we go down. TestNG will be there.
yeah, I used to see that,
Mhm.
but
Yeah, we added the
I not
transform
see it
XML.
because of the MVN repository download. Hmm. And all the okay, I think I have to check this on how to do.
Yeah. It's because maybe you have deleted and added. Yeah, that can be something happened.
Correct. Maybe that is possible. I don't know, but it was working yesterday.
Yeah.
It's not working
Yeah.
today.
Yeah.
If I'm trying to do it through form.xml, and it says here,
Yeah.
see test and
Yeah. It is added.
it is added, but why is it not present? Maybe in dependencies.
Maven dependency we can check is TestNG is here. Looks like TestNG is not here. Yeah, it's here.
This here, see this one, but all these files they look
Yeah, something.
something
Yeah,
is wrong.
because after we have added and we deleted that one. Oh, that's fine. I don't know.
No idea. I might have to just create a new package and try it, maybe.
Yeah. Then it will work. New Maven project.
New complete Maven project?
Yeah.
Wow, that
If
is,
you create and do that, then it will work.
let's see.
Yeah.
No,
Maven project.
it was there.
Next.
We check,
Next.
internal, quick start.
Quick start.
But again, that would take, what we say, that will take the same
I
dependency.
think you have to press Y.
Oh, now I have to. With success, TestNG project, form.xml.
Form.xml. Now we can add our files from there.
Oh, not this one. Oh yeah, see here it's
Yeah.
working fine.
Yeah. Since we have deleted, something happened in
Okay, maybe it
that's
needs
why.
to be refreshed from somewhere.
Yeah.
That refresh.
So I think we have to do some build again, the Maven.
Okay, build repository again. Those things are there.
Yeah, these are all dependencies.
Configure. Java build path. Maven module dependencies. Okay, I
Yeah.
need to figure out that. But again, I'll not delete this.
Yeah.
I'll try to find out
Yeah.
what is causing that.
Yeah, this one we can add. Yeah.
This one I can add the other.
Yeah. We have added Selenium
I need Selenium. I need
and TestNG.
perfect dependencies.
NG.
All this other. Save.
Yeah.
What happened? Why is this not processing? Did I choose the right one? It has TestNG and everything, so it looks like fine. Maven dependencies.
Yeah, we can.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
everything.
dependencies are here. We can go to package.
Let's see. Test.
If you go to
So how did this work?
otherwise we have to create a Java class and we have to create a Java class and add the annotations. Otherwise, yeah, it should be here. It's right click.
Maven parameterization. Yeah, here it's working. So Maven project Selenium. Okay. What did I do different here? I have relevant codes. I have
That's the TestNG 7.8 and we were using Selenium 4.9.
9.1.
Yeah.
Working fine. And I mean, here it is still working fine.
Yeah.
And with the same Java code. And I didn't even, oh, there's an import.
Yeah, inside
Everything is fine.
yeah. Yeah, we can create a Java class in the new one.
Let's see. Let's
Yeah.
create a new,
Create a Java class and we have to include that annotation.
maybe then it will add. Okay.
Yeah, I think we don't need the main.
Oh yeah, here you don't need main. Correct. Import. This one imports from. Let me take a example. Basic Selenium interaction. Okay. No, we can't import. There's some problem. Why is it not downloading these dependencies?
Yeah, maybe we can try the earlier version like 7.8 and 4.9.
Okay. 7.
Because yeah, I noticed in some places that Selenium and TestNG is not compatible if it is the new Selenium version.
Okay. But if I download it and without my Maven, it works. And here, if you see this one problem, you see all these jars, they are not white color, they are like of different
Yeah,
colors. So there is some problem going on with these.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. It happens to me last week.
Okay. I need to figure out what these are. Why are they of different color? Okay. I think I'll take this with myself. I'll see what this is completely and why cannot I do this in this way. How about IntelliJ? IntelliJ is also throwing the same.
IntelliJ, yeah, it will work. It will work with a pop file. And here, can we try only one like the Selenium version with 4.11,
4.11.
11.0.0?
Okay, let's try this. But it takes me to the very beginning and then so my test, one of this started working, but still there are three which is not. I guess I don't even know what this. I've never seen it this way before. That
Mhm.
jar is jar looks
Yeah,
like
I don't my jar.
yes. I
Oh,
need
it looks.
this thing open
Yeah,
one.
my jar also looking like that only.
Okay,
There are
and I
some gray.
related to TestNG anywhere. So looks like there is some problem. Libraries TestNG. But at least it should say the error. Okay, the TestNG main source. Okay, no idea. I think I'll take this with myself. I'll try to figure out why this is not working.
Yeah.
And it's working here and just not working here. So
Yeah.
need to find out what's wrong. This was 18.1, right?
Yeah, 18.1 before.
I need 18.1 for sure. Because 18.1 has like
Yeah.
a lot of
Yeah.
good features.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
to lose those features. Okay. I think there's
If
a way to configure it. Since
Mm.
since I have it with myself now, I'll try to figure this out. Maybe my
Yeah.
system property has anything to do with. No, I don't think so. This one does not have anything to do with system property. Yeah, if nothing works here, then we'll just install it in our Eclipse and make it work. At the end of
Yeah.
we just need all this concept.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's also nice that I have some of the code from my practice time. And I I will just use this for our sessions. I didn't know that I have them, to be honest. This is
Oh,
the first time
that's good.
very long. I wrote this long ago for practice.
Oh,
Yeah, see, I was that time using maybe old drivers where I had to create
mm.
drivers and everything, set system property and things like that. But now I'm not
Yeah.
using. This is nice. Yeah, I'll just use this for next class.
Yeah. I
Good.
think from 4.11 only the driver, we don't need to give the system dot set driver or all those things.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah. Before that, we have to get.
Okay, nice. Perfect.
Yeah, you have all the codes with you.
I have all the things, but I don't know. I'll stop recording now.